of 2018, the state versus Oju Joseph Lekene and
As the court please, my lord, I confirm that I'm appearing on behalf of the state in this matter. My lord, the matter was postponed today provisionally for closing arguments in case this matter before the court is not going to proceed, but however it is proceeding. I will therefore, my lord, ask that the matter be postponed to the 17th of July 2023. For closing arguments. Accused number 3 is in custody. My lord, I've been informed that Mr. Lekene is not before the court. Perhaps maybe if Advocate Mashisho could address the court.
The court pleases. I do confirm that accused number 1 is not before the court. He indicated to me a few moments ago that he misdiarized the matter for tomorrow and therefore won't be able to make the hearing for today. Consequently, I would not oppose if a warrant is authorized but held over until the 17th of July when the matter is to be postponed to. The court pleases.
Will somebody call him inside and outside court?
Oh, Joseph Lekene. My lord, I'm going to apply that the warrant of arrest be authorized against Joseph Lekene. My lord, I do not have an objection if it is held over until the date of the 17th of July, since he has been in full attendance ever since the matter commenced.
The names of the court orderly we called?
Joseph Lekene.
Warrant officer? I'm not hearing the name.
Warrant Officer Pena.
Until what date?
17th of July 2023.
As the court please, my lord, I do confirm my appearance on behalf of case number 3, and the date is suitable, my lord, as the court please.
I do confirm the date and I do undertake to communicate same to the absent.
basitshela last year futhi kahle kahle.
After that, there was nothing from them. We tried to contact them together with my legal representative, Mr. Rogers. We were then told that it had been removed or taken away from the particular investigating officer and referred to another one. We then tried to make contact with that investigating officer, but never got through. It was the last time I made contact was last year in November.
Now, besides the laying of criminal charges, was there any other action that you took regarding the incident that you described, the assaults?
Ngaphandle kokubabophisa ke ingaba khona okunye noma sibone ezinye inyathelo yini owayithatha ngakulabo ke abakushaya.
No azikho ngoba phela ngangazi uJobe ngishayile kanje esazi naye ngoba ngangiyeza ukuthi wayesazi lo umama uButhelezi lo umama Buthelezi akazange saxolisa zangazenzela lutho kumina so akukho onyangize ngikwenze ngoba phela ngangazi ukuthi mangivula icase amaphoyisa afanele aqhubeke nokufuna umthetho or enze ukulungiswa.
There's nothing else that I did apart from that, and also the fact that Buthelezi knew about this and she never even apologized about that. So the only thing I did was to lay the criminal charges and for the law to take its course.
You mentioned your legal representative. What was his role in this in the incident?
Ukhulumile ke ngommeli wakho ke kwakuyini eyakhe indima kona konke lokho?
Okay, ummeli wami ngesikhathi amaphoyisa enza lento ayenza kumina ngangisaphethe omunye ummeli. So from lo mmeli wasiwa hand over kuyena uMr Rogers. Mr Rogers ke ngiyacabanga ukuthi wayezama naye ngoba ngiyazi ukuthi wayezama ukucontactana nabo labo bantu.
Okay. What happened is that when this happened to me, I had a different legal representative, and then that legal representative handed over to Mr. Rogers. So Mr. Rogers was then also then trying assisting and even made contact with those people.
Yeah, and then okunye ke ngiyacabanga ukuthi bekukuyena kodwa ukuthi sasingayitholi nathi nje into ebambekayo ngoba besimove ngala sekunalomunye nalomisimfonela simtholi futhi so understand ukuthi ngathi iIP isebenza kanjani.
So everything was in his hands, and we were then making contact, calling the other one, referring us to the other one, and we just could not understand as to how iPit was doing things.
Phela kakuseku 4 years bekuya ku 4 years manje but still akukho nje abaseke bakusho or basho mhlambe khona babanje or baboshiwe or kwenzekile or ababuziwe bakazi basitshele lutho.
Because it's now 4 years, going to 4 years now, but they've never came back to us with feedback to say that there have been arrests or what the way forward is.
Yes. Now, during the course of the investigations that were leveled against you, was there any specimen taken from you?
Ngabe sikhathi ke noma kulo phenyo lolu ke olalwenzeka ke noma ke beke insolo kwena ke ingaba khona yini ubufakazi ngoba kuyizo ukuthi ama specimen okanye okwathathwa lapho kwena ke kuthiwa kuyokwenziwa uphenyo. Ukhona okwathathwa kuwena noma? No. Nothing.
Yes. My Lord, yesterday we handed up a bundle of exhibits. Exhibit P, we just beg leave to hand up the bundle again.
Yes.
We'll be referring to a document of just open this exhibit P6.
Any objection? Any objection?
My Lord, I'm still trying to see what P6 is. Does it concern him? My Lord, if it concerns the witness, we don't have an objection.
Mr. Thwala,
I've got an objection.
Yes.
My Lord, if you realize that Exhibit P is a bundle that has got so many documents,
Yes.
contains amongst other statements that we do not know the basis for which are they then now handed over to the court. It contains some identification parade forms, etc., etc., etc. And yesterday there was an objection from my colleague advocate, Msholo, that is quite is actually not even supposed to be seeing what is happening in Exhibit 6. I mean, if there's a document that is contained in Exhibit 6, which has got to do with the testimony of this witness, let that specific document be handed over to court.
Yeah, I think I should deal with the words he just used. He said I was not supposed to be seeing, which presupposes that I have seen. Remember yesterday, the objection came before I saw what is in this bundle. Can you not hear me? I say, all right, I say yesterday,
Yes,
when Advocate Mshololo objected
yes,
to this bundle being handed over,
yes,
I had not seen it yet.
yes, ma'am.
It was just being handed over to me, and there was that objection, and it was taken back. Today,
Realize that, madam. That I can
Today-
confirm. Yes.
it is handed over to me in this form, with Exhibit P6 exposed. So I haven't seen anything else except Exhibit P6. I, however, take what you are saying, and I would like Advocate Baloyi to respond. The sentiment from Advocate Baloyi is that if this P6, Exhibit P6, is what you aim for me to see, then it should be singled out for me to see instead of the whole bundle to be handed over. Advocate?
as a court, please, my lord, we did indicate yesterday that during the course of this witness evidence, we are going to refer to those documents in Exhibit P. We don't want to hand the documents in a piecemeal fashion, handing one piece of document here and another piece of document there. My lord, it is just merely to facilitate
But his concern is
the
that
presentation of the documents.
his concern is that in doing that, you are handing over to me P6 plus documents that, in his view, I am not supposed to have sight of.
Yes. But we've just referred the court just to that relevant document, and the rest of the documents will be referred to shortly after dealing with a certain topic. We will be referring to the rest of the documents, the statements. As I say, my lord, we don't really want to hand up loose documents. It doesn't really augur well for the proper collection of the documents that must be presented as exhibits.
Advocate Nguna, if I were to look at P6, he deals with it, and then I hand over, I hand the whole document, I mean the bundle back Will that be okay?
I was just to indicate, my lord,
Yeah.
that it is a bit of a precarious procedure to hand in documents to the court when the stage of handing those documents has not even come. What would be the situation where such documents should actually not be handed over to the court? So what I'm suggesting is those documents should be handed in as and when their time.
Advocate Baloy, can you single out P6?
As
Because
it is.
if for me to single it out, I will be exposed to other documents.
As it is the court.
As a court, please, my lord, in this case, there are lots of documents, and if we don't keep them together, my lord, we run the risk of losing some of the documents. That's
Is Rose here?
and my colleagues are sitting with the same bundle. In less than 10-15 minutes, we're going to refer to the rest of the bundle. I'm really baffled by this objection.
It doesn't matter, my lord. You could be sitting with the bundles, but the procedure is documents get handed over to the court as and when the time for handing them over comes. This witness for now has not testified about other documents that are in this bundle.
Advocate Baloy?
Please, we'll, just for the sake of progress, my lord, we'll just hand up just exhibit P6 at this stage. Mr. Thwala, if I can refer you
Yes.
if I can refer you to exhibit P6. It's got the heading DNA reference
Just
sample.
before you proceed there, I had gone up to Advocate Guna in terms of whether there's any objection to P6 being handed over.
My lord, if it is handed in singly as a single document, I'll have no objection. Thank you.
As it pleases the court, my lord, I will also have no objection.
Okay, let's proceed.
As the court pleases. Mr. Thwala, the document has got a heading DNA reference sample collection kit.
Yes.
And it's got a station and reference for Flores 636/10/2014, and below that there's donor information. You see that?
Yes.
And there's ID information. Then there's ID passport number. There's a number there. ID number. Are you able to see that?
The ID number. Yes.
And just below that, there's a surname.
It's written wrong way. There's no H here.
Yes. And there's also a name there.
Yes.
Whose particulars are those?
Mine.
And if you look at the bottom, there's collector information. And there's also space provided for a witness. Do you know what this document refers to? What sample was collected from
I can't
you?
remember.
Yes. Perhaps let's put it to you this way. Was there any blood sample taken from you?
No, I can't recall.
That will leave it at that note.
Yes.
Now, in these proceedings, Mr. Thwala, reference has been made to a documentary that has been produced by 1010 Films and shown on the Netflix channel.
Just a moment. Yes.
Do you know anything about that?
Lana ke mfethu ngokuxoxwa ke kwalelicala noma ngokukhulunywa ke kwalelicala leli kukhulunyiwe ke ngedocumentary eyenziwa u1010 Films eyakhishwa ke ku Netflix.
Yebo ngiyayazi.
Yes, I heard about it. I know it.
Yes, can you tell the court about that?
Awutshela inkantolo ngayo.
Ngiyazi ngokuthi ngake nga-approachwa I think baya kaSenzo or uStano wabanika ama-contacts ami ngase ngi-approachwa ubhuti I think akuthiwa umzilikazi
I was once approached. I think they went to Senzo's home or Stan gave them my contact details, and then I was approached by a gentleman called Mzilikazi.
Yeah, Mzilikazi.
It's Mzilikazi.
Yes, and who is he?
Oh, Banyena.
Angazi ukuthi ubani, but he was part of the team le documentary or something.
I don't know who he is, but he was part of the team of this documentary.
Yes, you may proceed.
Wayethi ufuna ukuhlangana nami wayekhuluma nami through WhatsApp but nganginqaba.
He said that he would like to meet with me, and we were chatting via WhatsApp, but I was refusing.
Was Mzilikazi attached to Netflix or to 1010?
Umzilikazi lona wayeku Netflix noma wayeku 1010.
If ngiba safe ngingathi 1010.
If I were to be safe, I would say 1010.
Yes.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then okay ngangingabileke kuyena ukuhlangana naye, and then from lapho ngabona sengi-approachwa umunye futhi wesifazane ekakuthiwa uphilile or uphindile or wayekhulelwe nje futhi at that time.
Okay. I then refused. Thereafter, I was approached by a lady, I think Philile or Pindile, and she was pregnant at the time.
Wafika ekhaya kahle kahle.
She came to my home.
When was this more or less?
Mhlambe 2 years back, if not 3.
Maybe 2 or 3 years back.
Yes.
Nakhona wafika ekhaya wayichaza ukuthi ubani uphumaphi, and then washo ukuthi uyazi ukuthi bengiye ngacontactana naye uMzilikazi nganqaba, but yena ufuna ukuzongichazisela kahle ukuthi le documentary kaSenzo.
She came home, she introduced herself and where she was coming from, and she also told me that she was aware that I was contacted by Mzilikazi and I refused, but she then decided to come so as to explain to me about Senzo's documentary.
Yes.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then shuthi wayechaza ukuthi ngoba wazi ukuthi nginqabile ukuyenza documentary ngamchazela izathu zami zokuthi why ngingakuthandi ukuyenza documentary eyasenzo.
She was then explaining because she was aware that I refused to do the documentary and also informed her of my reasons as to why I didn't want to do Senzo's documentary.
Yes.
Yes.
And then from lapho waswangichazela ukuthi ukuthi kungaba bhlungu ngoba bakhona sebevumile kukhona nabanye abantu aba close noSenzo sebevumile and mebe babuza labo bantu ababekhuluma nabo bonke into abayikhulumayo yayinokufaka igama lami phakathi ngokuzwana kwami noSenzo.
She then said that would be very hurting or hurtful because there are people who had already agreed to do the documentary and even Senzo's family relatives and that all of those people that they'd spoken to had something to say or mentioned my name about the relationship that I had with Senzo.
Yes.
Then from lapho still ngamtshela ukuthi hayi ngiyangizocela ukucabanga ngayo kancane. And then after nje insuku ngamsendela ku WhatsApp ngamtshela ukuthi hayi isinqumo sami sisamile lapho ukuthi angithandi nje ukuba part of Netflix documentary leyo kaSenzo.
I then asked her for some time to think about it and then after a few days I then sent her a message WhatsApp.
Yes.
I sent her a WhatsApp message informing her that my decision still stands, that I don't want to do Senzo's Netflix documentary.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then after inyanga bathu kwase kufika umlungu ke this time okay. Angazi Sarah Bacholo Sarah Banbani no binge ukuthi sibongo sakhona naye wazichaza ke ukuthi angathi uyena owaye head of or when wayephethe ku 1010 Banbani no Netflix lo.
After months it was now a white person that came, Sarah Bacholo. But it's just, I'm not sure about the surname, but it just has a B. And she introduced herself, and that I think that she said she was the head of 1010.
Yes.
Sarah who?
Isibonga ngisikhumbula kahle kodwa ngathi siqala ngo B but igama ngathi uSarah.
I can't remember the surname, but it starts with a B, but the name was Sarah.
Yes.
And then yena ke wamithana nefamily yami yonke.
She met my entire family.
Engihlala naye ekhaya naye futhi efuna ukuchaza ukuthi ireason yokuthi indaba befuna ukuthi ngibe kwi-documentary yabo nanokuthi bafuna mhlawumbe ukuthi ngichaze mina iside lami lokuzwana kabi noSenzo noma ngabe kuthiwa ngiye enkantolo but still futhi nganqaba.
She met my entire family, that now the family that I'm staying with at home, telling or giving reasons as to why they really wanted me to be part of the documentary, my relationship with Senzo, before I go to court. Still, I refused.
Yes.
Yes, you may proceed.
So yeah, bahlala nje isikhathi eside ekhaya bezama kusho ukuthi ngizothi mhlawumbe bangiconvince ngendlela bona babona ngayo but kumina ireason yabo babeyisho yayingekho valid enough for mina ukuthi ngaze ngenze i-documentary ngokukhuluma ngoSenzo.
They stayed at my home for a long time. I would say that they're trying to convince me as to why I should do the documentary. But to me, the reason or the reasons that they gave were not valid as to why I should do a documentary where I would speak about Senzo.
And did you in any way participate in the making of that documentary?
Ingaba nje ekwenziweni kwayo ke leyo documentary nje wena wawingxenye yini noma wabakhona yini ekwenziwayo ekwenziweni kwayo ile documentary?
Okay, so engakusho ukuthi after befikile lokho kwesithathu before befika kwesi4 ngase ngibathumela ngommeli bami ummeli bami batshethi bangamsese ekhaya ke bazongitshela ukuthi bazongincela ngoba ngiya refuse into
after they were there for the third time, before they came for the fourth time, I then sent my legal representative to speak to them, and then my legal representative informed them not to speak to me again or not to try to convince me.
Into abangicela yona bangicela izithombe zami noSenzo.
What they then requested, they requested for my photos together with Senzo, or my pics with Senzo.
Basho ukuthi izithombe bangayikhokhela nokukhokhela ngoba into yami izithombe zami.
They even went as far as saying that they were even prepared or willing to pay for the photos because they were mine, they belonged to me.
Yes, may proceed.
So ngase ngabatshela ke engabatshela kona nje ugcineni ukuthi njengoba ngisho ukuthi angithandi ukuba kuyona ngoba kumina nje ngangibona kuyindlela yokwenza imali le documentary izithombe futhi ngabanikeza zona ngabatshela ngathi angifune imali yabo ngabanika mhlawumbe ngabanikeza izithombe ezo6 zami abasendela lezo izithombe ngathi bangasebenzisa le mewukuthi bayafuna ukusebenzisa lezi izithombe le documentary yami bangasebenzisa zona kodwa ayi ukuthi khona imali ngifunayo for lokho.
I sent them pics. I think I sent them about 6 pictures, and because to me I could see that this documentary was just a money-making business, and I even refused the money that they offered. That I didn't want them to give me money, and then said to them they could use those pictures if they wanted to use them.
But akukho nje record or camera engangakhuluma kuyona ayikho.
But there's no recording or camera that I spoke in front of.
Into abayenza mangizwa bathatha ama recordings ami engangikwenze nombhali wencwadi engangibiza ubaba kaSenzo kakuthiwa uSoweto Mandlanzi engangenze.
What I heard, what they did was that they took recordings where I was called by Senzo's father to this book writer. There was a book writer, Soweto
Mandlanzi,
called Soweto Mandlanzi. So I heard that they took those recordings.
What did you say about Soweto Mandlanzi?
Elokhu nje uSenzo wayengibize ubaba kaSenzo njalo wayengibize I think aku 2016 or something engitshela ngebhuku la Senzo elizoqophwa.
I was called by Senzo's father telling me about a book, Senzo's book that was going to be written.
And then from ngavuma ngoba ngangicela ubaba kaSenzo ngayenza khona kaSenzo leyo interview yalelo bhuku.
I then agreed because I was requested by Senzo's father to do, in other words, for that book that was going to be written.
And then ibhuku before lipublish ngacela kuyena lo author ukuthi ngicela ukulifunda ibhuku uqala before alikhiphe ukuze ngizobona ukuthi yonke into esikhulumile online into engangisho.
I then made a request to the author of the book, my lord, that before the publishing of the book, that you should first let me see the book so that I was able to see that everything that he had written there was in line with that I told him or said.
ngase wanginika ibhuku wanginika ku December futhi after Christmas.
Then gave me the
27 or 28.
He then gave me the book. It was in December, between 26 and 27, sorry, 27 and 28 December.
And then
Just a minute.
Okay.
You say December which year?
Angisakhumbuli noma kakuthi. Angisakhumbuli yazi, but it was a year before few months before liphuma ibhuku. Shuthi ibhuku laphuma ngoFebruary. So that December, the previous December, uthi angisakhumbuli noma 2019 or 2020.
I can't remember the year, whether it was 2019 or 2020, but it was the December before the publishing of the book, because the book was published in February.
In February, yes.
Yes.
Yes, you may proceed.
So ibhuku ngalifunda for like two days, roughly 2 to 3 days, and then ngabuyela kuyena back uSoweto with feedback. Ngamtshela ngathi kunamaphutha la wafakile, lungisa A, B and C. Ngambhalela nje kahle fu page bani, page this, ngicela balungise before I publish ibhuku ngoba lama
I read
mistakes.
the book for about 2 to 3 days, and then I picked up some mistakes and then informed Soweto about the mistakes. I even wrote down for him the pages where he had to rectify the mistakes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And our mistakes were not about clamping the show imina. Kawa mistakes futhi nayizinto ezazama date nanokuthi izinto zenzeke kuphi. So ngamtshela ngicela ilungise washo ukuthi uzoyilungisa, but wagcina ipublishile ibhuku engalilungisanga.
The mistakes were not about things that I had said. It was about the dates, as well as where the certain things or certain events had taken place. He then said he would fix those, but he then published the book without rectifying those mistakes.
Who promised to fix?
Yeah, uSoweto
Soweto
Manhlanzi.
Manhlanzi.
Sasikhuluma naye khona futhi nabufakazi bakhe WhatsApp.
We were speaking. I also have evidence on WhatsApp that I was talking to him.
Yes.
And then yeah, wathi mayise ipublishile ibhuku ke kwangiphatha kambi ukuthi upublish ibhuku kukhona lezi zinto engangimcela ukuthi ayilungise ngayilungisanga. Kwaya nje left up until ukuthi ngaze ngamvulela icala naye.
He published the book, and it didn't sit well with me that he had published the book without rectifying the mistakes that I had pointed out to him. And it went as far as me opening a case against him.
Thank you. I think we can leave that aspect there.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Thwala, if we can just briefly return to the scene of the incident. Just want to show you photo 57. photo 57 of Exhibit B, my lord. It appears on page 60 of the bundle.
Page 60 of Exhibit
B, my lord, the day photos.
Yeah. Yeah.
When we dealt with this aspect earlier on, the other couch was not visible.
Uma ke besikhuluma ngalokho ngaphambilini ke enye couch ibingabonakala.
Yep.
Yes.
Are you just able to briefly explain the sitting positions again with reference to this?
Uma ke usubuka lesi ke
Photo?
isithombe ungaphinde ke ukwazi ukuthi uphinde uchazeke indlela ekwahlezwe ngayo uma sebenza lesi sithombe manje.
Yep.
As you do that, you did say that on this couch, which was not visible in the photos that we dealt with yesterday, there are particular people who sat
Yeah.
on it. Can you mention them again?
All right.
Who are the people who sat on it?
On the far side here, kakuhleli uMakakheli.
Kelly's mother sat there on the far side.
And then in the middle la kakuhleli uZandi.
Zandi sat there in the middle.
And then ngala opposite
Opposite on the side.
kakuhleli Tumelo.
It was Tumelo.
La part nendawo in the middle kakuhleli mina.
I sat in the middle.
La kule couch kakuhleli uSenzo.
And Senzo sat here in this couch.
And then
It was Tumelo, yourself, and who?
Senzo.
Yeah.
And Senzo.
I was sitting here.
Yeah.
Now we Senzo, and then this side Kakonuke.
And Kelly was the side.
Now Kakonuma Azan.
Zandi's mother sat there.
Next to like is Wakakonu Zandi.
Next to her, Zandi.
And then later on, Wafila Washada, who know which one.
And later on, Lobo came and sat there.
And Miss Kelly Kumalo, where was she seated?
Kelly was standing most of the time, but she was here.
On the right hand side.
On the right hand side of Senzo.
And by the way, the couch that was visible yesterday was on page.
It was on, I think it's photo 64, my lord. Photo 64, page 64 of Exhibit B. Is it the couch that was visible?
And the one we are seeing for the first time now is photo number
photo number 50.
Come again.
Photo number 57.
Yes.
And also photo 59. Photo 59 can be shown.
Yes.
Is that how the sitting room looked like on the particular day?
Ngalala ngaki sitting room yayika ngalendlela nje ibonakala ngayo kule storm.
Yebo.
Yes.
That's photo number
59, my lord. It's on page 61 of Exhibit B.
Yes.
And the corridor, can you just show on the photo where the corridor would be, the passage?
Ngakhomisa la isithombeni ukuthi ipassage yona ikuphi nendawo.
Ibonakala passage la.
It's not visible here.
Yes, but
ingala. Sona singakhona.
This side where we are.
yeah, can you just more or less indicate?
Shooting it in la. Okay.
The passage will be here. That's the TV, and then opposite is the corridor, and then the nyango, what's the kitchen, and then the kitchen door.
Thank you. And if I can ask that the sketch plan be shown to you once again. I think it's on page 20 of Exhibit B. You testify that Tumelo was in one of the rooms wherein you had to open for him with a spoon.
And that is on page?
It's on page 20, my lord, of Exhibit B.
Ushilo-ke ukuthi kunekamera uTumelo owayekulona kwaphoqeleka ukuthi umvulele ngespoon.
Yeah.
Yes.
Are you able to show it there on the sketch?
Yeah.
Yes.
No.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Okay, not over now. Okay. It's this alone.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
You also testify that on your way to Ms. Kelly Kumalo's house, you purchased some alcohol. Did you yourself partake in any of the alcohol that was purchased?
So just some clarity. To Miss Kelly Kumalo's house?
Yes, her parental house.
Ushilo-ke nokuthi nkathi niya-ke kubona boKelly endlini kaMakaKelly nathenga utshwala. Ingaba wena-ke waphuza yini kulo utshwala bathengwa?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes. What were you drinking?
Wawuphuzani?
Waphuza Hunter's Gold.
Hunter's Gold.
Makanini.
Which is in tins.
Yes.
And do you remember how many did you drink?
Usakhumbula ukuthi waphuza kangakanani waphuza mangaki?
Mhlawumbe 2.
Maybe 2.
Then noma isithathu yayivuliwe kodwa 2.
But the third one was open, but I drank 2.
Yes.
Are you able to tell this court what the state of your sobriety was on the day?
Uphuzile ke lawo makani awu-2 lawo ke eHunters Gold. Isimo sakho sasikanjani noma sasithini-ke ngokuthi uphuze lawo makani lawo amabili?
Hayi, ngi-right.
I was okay.
Yeah.
And when you accompanied Tumelo to smoke there outside the house, were you drinking there where Tumelo was smoking?
Ushiwo ukuthi waphuma nayo uTumelo eyobhema ngaphandle. Ngale nkathi ebheba yena ke waphuza noma naniphuza ngale nkathi ebhema? No.
Yes.
Now, after going back into the house, after Ms. Kelly Kumalo asked you to come say your goodbyes, do you remember what the position was regarding the kitchen door?
Ushiwo ke ukuthi nabuyele endlini emuva kokuthi uKelly weza-ke ezothi kuzovaleliswa-ke kungamane nje kuhanjwe ke. Usakhumbula ukuthi isimo sesicabha lesi sasekitchen sasikanjani?
Noma ngasakhumbuli kahle but ngiyazi ukuthi kangakhiwe emnyango.
Although I can't remember well, but I know that the door was not locked.
Khona negate futhi lapho if I'm not mistaken.
Gate kuphi?
La ngaphandle. Mina ukuthi ngikhumbula kahle.
If I'm not mistaken, I also think that there's a gate just outside.
Noma saphuma thina ngesikhathi siphuma nje yobhema saphuma kahle ngomnyango sabuya futhi sahlala ngambosana ngaphandle saphinde sayingenela phakathi.
Because I remember very well when we went out, when Tumelo went to go and smoke. He just went out through the door, and then when we came back, we just came in.
Yeah.
As a court, please, my lord, would this be an appropriate time to take the short adjournment?
you're still under oath.
Yeah.
Understood.
Mr. Thwala, still on photo 57.
Is that son and this is Tom again?
It's
57.
on page 60 of Exhibit B, my lord. You earlier testified that your phone was charging there on the next to the TV. Can you just once again on the photo indicate where your phone is charging?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And to say Ms. Kelly Kumalo unplugged your phone and...
Can you point again? Where you? I think you have to approach.
See, yeah.
So it is at the bottom, just in front of the TV.
Yes.
Thank you. And you say Ms. Kelly Kumalo unplugged your phone and plugged hers in. Is that correct?
Uthi ke uKelly wakhiphe yakho wafake yakhe.
Yep.
Yes.
Did you see as to what the position was regarding Ms. Kelly Kumalo's phone when the incident occurred?
Ingabe uyakhumbula yini ukuthi isimo mayelana nefoni kaKelly sasithini nkathi kwenzeka isigameko lesi?
That is on this particular phone that was plugged in.
Le phone ayifaka nkathi ekhiphe yakho ukuthi ngalesikhathi kwenzeka konke lokho ukuthi kwakwenzeka noma yayikuphi ifoni yakhe.
Ayi cha ngikhumbula ngayinakile uyena nje engikwazi ukuthi wakhe ngafake yami ngathi sathi saqalisa charge wayikhiphe yami wafake yakhe.
I can't recall, I didn't take notice. All I know is that I plugged my phone in, she unplugged it and put hers in.
We can show you photo 4 of Exhibit A. These are night photos, my lord, that were taken by Sergeant Musia. Photo, they appear on Exhibit A.
Photo number?
Photo number 4 appears on page 7 of Exhibit A.
Yes.
In your evidence, you refer to a scuffle that took place. Were you able to indicate on photo 4 where that scuffle took place?
Ubufakazi bakho ke ukhulumile ngesikafu esenzeka ungakhomba ke kule sithombe lesi ukuthi senzeka kuphi lesi sikafu lesi.
Senzeka la.
Here.
Okay. You also mentioned in your evidence that the first suspect was wearing a darkish hat.
Ushilo ke ubufakazi bakho ukuthi lona oqala ke owangena noma umsolo oqala ke wayefake isigqoko esi darkish.
Yep.
Yes.
Are you able to give any further description of that hat?
Ikhona enye indlela noma okunye nje ongakusho mayelana naleso sigqoko leso?
Hayi cha.
No.
The photo 5 and 6 can be shown to you. There's a hat that appears on photo 5 of Exhibit A, my lord, is on page 8. Also photo 6 of Exhibit A.
Just so that we don't get disturbed. Is that a phone that keeps on ringing? I keep on hearing a ring.
It's off, my lord. It was on. I wanted to switch it off, but now it's on.
Because before everybody thinks it's okay for phones to ring. Let's proceed.
Please,
Let's
There
proceed.
appears a head on that photo. What is your comment?
Kunesigqoko lapha kwesasithombe uthini?
ngiyasibona inkinga yami ukuthi sibheke phansi nje sibheke kanjalo kodwa sithathe sihlale ukuthi manje sibheke phansi ngeke ngize ngikwazi ukubona
I
kodwa
see-
ngisibona isiqoqo.
I see it, but the problem is that now it's upside down, but it almost looks similar to it, but it's just the position that it's in.
That's photo number?
It's photo number 6, my lords. The head appears on photos 4, 5, and 6, my lord.
Yes.
As a court please, my lord, we are basically done with the witness that just certain inaccuracies, my lord, in the witness statements and the evidence, and we are now going to embark on a procedure to try and get the witness just to explain those inaccuracies, my lord. And for that purpose, I will request that Exhibit P be handed back to the court.
Is it the controversial document again?
Yes.
Are you not opening another can?
So, my lord, I don't know whether my colleagues would really want us to hand.
Can you open the exact page only?
Yes.
And will Rose remain here? When you refer to a page, she will be the one to open, so that I don't inadvertently open other pages. Unfortunately, our locust will have to get in and get a grain at a time.
As a court, please, my lord, the first document that you are referring to in the bundles, Exhibit P1, it's a statement that consists of 5 pages, my lord. So we'll deal with the first 5 pages of that bundle. Yes.
Rose?
So please, I don't know whether we just have to, perhaps at the end of the process, we can then just put them together again, my lord. Otherwise, they are
I think that's the best.
They are going to be best.
Your Worship, with all due respect, I'm going to object, my lord. I don't think the state can cross-examine its own witnesses. The state can lead evidence in chief if there are inconsistent statements. That's the purview of the defense to expose those, my lord. With all due respect.
Did he say he's going to cross-examine? I thought he
says he's going to, sorry, my lord, to cut my lord off. He says he's going to highlight certain inconsistencies. Thereby, he's cross-examining, my lord.
Advocate Baloy?
Just like my colleague wants to object as well.
I would also want to object. I would also want to object to the procedure. It's unheard of. I haven't heard of a procedure where the state sees that there are contradictions in the statements of witnesses or a witness, and then it tries to cure that defect. I think those are the issues that must be left for cross-examination, not unless if the state is trying to limit our cross-examination. Thank you.
Was it something that cannot be attended it under re-examination?
No, my lord, we want to deal with those aspects at this particular juncture.
Will it be changing evidence already on record?
No, this is just to explain those inaccuracies, and it's a perfect procedure. I'm surprised my learned friend says he hasn't heard about it. If we look at section 190, that it allows for that process, firstly, and secondly, there has always been a common law duty on the state to disclose.
I'm afraid I didn't come ready with the Criminal Procedure Act.
I can read the section, my lord.
Yeah.
Section 190 deals with the impeachment of a witness, but says any party may in criminal proceedings impeach or support the credibility of any witness called against or on behalf of such a party. And that's all that we're doing, my lord. We are affording the witness the opportunity to explain those inaccuracies. It's a procedure that has been in existence, as I mentioned, my lord, since the days of common law. There has always been a duty on the state to disclose discrepancies, and my lord, all that the state is doing is to ask the witness just to furnish an explanation for those inaccuracies. That's all, my lord. We submit that it's a perfectly permissible procedure.
Was the problem not with the way you introduced it? Because, I mean, I think I hear your colleagues saying that the state is trying to do a turnabout on evidence that is already on record, to cure some of the things that might not be in the strongest support of its case.
No, my lord, in my introduction I said there are certain inaccuracies in the evidence given by the witness and the statement, and that the process that the state is about to embark upon, my lord, is aimed at clarifying those aspects. That's all, my lord.
My lord, I stand by my objection. The section, although I don't know it verbatim, he wants to impeach his own witness. It's unheard of. I stand by that.
Did you say so?
That's what he read.
Did you say you want to impeach? Because I thought impeach was part of it.
No,
but it didn't sound to be what he wants to do.
It says impeach or support. I think that's what my friends missed. Or support the credibility of the witness. And that's what we're trying to do, my lord, to support the credibility of the witness by affording the witness the opportunity to explain those inconsistencies, my lord.
My lord, credibility of a witness is tested by the opponent. I cannot beat him as the state and then test his credibility.
And what do you say to the wording in that section?
My lord, it's clear. It speaks for itself.
Come again?
It speaks for itself.
What does it say?
It says to impeach or support credibility.
Yeah. And it says any party. It didn't say only the defense.
Does it say any party?
Yeah.
If you can be read,
can you read it again? That's why is there somebody with a copy of the criminal procedure which is not marked? Should I not get my own copy, because it's now becoming an issue.
As a court, please, by all means, maybe my learned friends might also want to reconsider the.
Let me get my copy of the criminal procedure, because I now hear words being thrown around. Some of it is selective. So let's I can't see that screen over there. My eyesight is compromised. Let's again for Yes, I know. I know that we are used to opening these books only when argument happens. To avoid further delays, everybody should bring their tools every day, so that we don't. Because I was told somebody else still wants to go to the office to fetch their copy.
Please, my Lord, if I may be allowed to further expand on the argument that the state is presenting. And in this regard, my Lord, I'm using the handbook.
Are you still on the point which made us want to go and fetch?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm using the handbook of Himstra Criminal Procedure. Is the February 2022 version.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have my commentary yet. It's coming.
I'll quote those sections. He discusses section 190 that we've just referred to, and there's that second part that I referred to, namely that the party.
But before you do that, just to get something out of the way, Advocate Ramsipidi, did you hear when he read the section again? He spoke about impeach or, and you were saying singularly, impeach. He wants to impeach. That's not what he was.
That it says impeach also.
Yeah. Okay, proceed.
Now, my Lord, I'm now dealing with that aspect or support, and the learned author in pages 22. Page 23 says the following: support for parties' own witness. Here, the legislature clearly does not have in mind the usual form of support, that is corroborating evidence by others, but instead specific rules of the law of evidence regarding previous statements. This is what we're dealing with, my Lord. The general point of departure is that self-corroboration is inadmissible. In other words, we're not presenting the statements for the purpose of self-corroboration.
Yeah.
Whether a witness tells the same story once or many times does not make it more credible. There are, however, a number of exceptions to this rule in which previous consistent statements were allowed. And those are the exceptions, my Lord, that we are referring to. However, consistency is never proof of the truth of the previous statement. For that reason, such a statement does not serve as corroboration of evidence given on the witness stand, but merely supports the weight thereof. And the learned author then says, only the most important exceptions are touched here. So he's dealing with those exceptions under which previous statements may be used. He says the first exception is recent fabrication, complaint in sexual offenses. What is important for our purpose, my Lord, is previous inconsistent statement. And here the learned author says, if a witness departs from a previous statement and the party calling that witness wants to neutralize the effect of the new allegation, the witness must first be asked whether he or she had made a previous statement which is in conflict with the present evidence. And this is precisely what the state is doing, my Lord. Sufficient particulars must be given to enable the witness to understand properly which statement is intended. If the statement is in writing and signed by the witness, the document can be shown to him or her. If the witness admits having made the statement, no further proof is necessary in order for the party calling the witness to hand in that statement. And the next portion, my Lord, is important. The witness can then be asked which of the two statements is the truth and must be given an opportunity to explain the contradiction. My Lord, that is all that we are embarking upon, to afford this witness the opportunity to explain those inconsistencies.
As it is the court, my lord, I've indicated earlier on that there's a bit of a precarious procedure that has been embarked upon by the state up until this time. I think
You want me to speak loudly, you should also speak loudly.
as it is the court, my lord. I think there's a, and I'm saying this with due respect, there's a bit of a misunderstanding by my colleague in the interpretation of the provisions of the section. The section simply deals with testimony of a witness that is already before court.
Yeah.
Witness must have testified. Witness must have testified, and in the course of his testimony, the state then formulates a view that there's a bit of a challenge or inconsistency in what this witness is saying. Then thereafter, the state can bring whatever evidence or testimony that they want to bring in order to cure that consistency. We are at a position here where we do not know whether this witness, what is testified about, it's got challenges or what. I just forgot the word that my colleague used. I think he used the word challenges or consistencies, but whatever word that he used simply means that there's a challenge with regard to the testimony that this witness has proffered. This section deals with testimony of a witness or evidence of a witness that is already on record. We don't know.
Is his evidence not on record?
His evidence is on record.
Yeah.
But what is it that this witness has said that the state is concerned with? Which, according to the state, does not augur well with the state's case. He needs to identify those areas and say, you know what, you said in your evidence in chief that this is so and so and so and so and so. Please, can you please clarify this? What the state wants to embark upon now, he wants to introduce to the court statements that were made by this witness to the police during the course of investigation of the case. This court is not concerned about that. This court is only concerned about what this witness is saying here at court. He could have made thousands and thousands of statements elsewhere, but what is important that this court should be concerned with is what this witness is saying here at court. The credibility of this witness is going to be decided upon what he says here at court. The state is embarking on a very precarious procedure, something that is unheard of. That is basically in the domain, that is what my colleague said, that is in the domain of the defense to try and siphon information as much as it can from the witness to demonstrate that there's a challenge in whatever is spoken here at court. That would also include the statement that he made to the police. Yes, just read a section that demonstrates that previous inconsistent statements are inadmissible. But further on, my lord, my colleague will not be deprived of the chance or the opportunity to reply to what the state would have an act in their cross-examination. There is still re-examination. But the procedure, as my colleague would want to back up on that.
I did ask him about
thank you.
Re-examination earlier on, but he says it doesn't preclude him from exercising the avenues provided within section 190. Advocate Ramsipi. Oh, Or did you still want to?
No, I thought I'm just drawn to the fact that the court was talking to me and the court was talking. I was just about to sit down, but my colleague is saying the court was talking to me.
Okay.
So I needed to stand up.
Okay.
Thank you.
My Lord, suffice to say that we are in unison in objecting. My learned colleague, Mr. Mumalo, will also have a say. Affect my say, Mr. Mrs.
Advocate Baloyi, do you want to respond to?
No, nothing new has come up, my lord. To stand by the state submissions.
Is Rose not here? I don't have my commentary as yet. Where is he?
I can make my copy available to you.
Yeah, it's not marked, ne?
No, it's not.
We've got it as well, Madam. Ours is also not marked.
Oh, okay.
The only difference that I was using a different version. I don't know if the court would like to look at the passages.
Maybe I'll end up with a heap here on the bench.
That we call it.
And Advocate Baloyi, you were reading from
So these are two different books, my lord. I'm using a book, even if the titles are the same, but this one is written by Professor.
Yeah, can you give me where you read? Show them first that it's not marked.
I'll just put a page, my lord, to indicate the portions from where I quoted.
His Lordship, I would suggest that maybe we stand the matter down, because even myself, I also want to go through the commentary. My colleague for the state was reading the section verbatim, so I also want to go through the section and understand what is going on.
All right.
Yes, thank you.
I just wanted to glance But since we need more than just dancing,
Yes.
we can adjourn. For how long? Will 10 minutes be sufficient?
At least 20 minutes. I think it's a long section. It's a long commentary of the section.
Just want a study session. Let's, we want 20 minutes. I just wanted to gloss over what we had read.
Because maybe we can take the long adjournment.
Come again?
Maybe we can take since 12:30, we can take the long adjournment and perhaps reconvene earlier.
Does everybody agree with that? That we adjourn for lunch and then it's towards 1:30. That we be here by 1:30.
Yes, thank you.
We are, however, not sure about the other members of
Yes.
this proceedings.
Is it okay?
Thank you.
Mr. Interpreter? Court orderlies?
Maybe seated. Let's mind our cell phones, please. Not ringing, not beeping.
Yes. Mr. Thwala, you still under oath?
Yeah.
Yeah. Who was on the point? Yes.
My Lord, this is an application by the state, that is the counsel for the state, in terms of the provisions of section 190 of the Criminal Procedure Act.
Yes.
The relevant section, the relevant subsection being subsection 2 of that section.
Yes.
My Lord, there are 3 ways which are open to a party to whom the witness has given an unfavorable evidence against him, can therefore declare him
Yes.
hostile.
Yeah.
The
Maybe so that we start with a particular understanding. There seems to be a sentiment that with regard to the exercise Advocate Baloyi wishes to engage in terms of this section. The view is saying that no, it is an exercise available at the disposal of the defense in cross-examination or in countering the evidence of the state, and that whatever is available for use by the state should only come by way of re-examination. I hope you heard one of your colleagues
Yes, that is our prima facie view. Yes.
I'm mentioning it so that as you address me,
Yes.
you also cover that.
Yes. My Lord, our prima facie view is that at this stage, the witness has testified. So what is available to the defense is to cross-examine the witness based on the evidence which the witness has tendered in his evidence in chief. So,
where does it say that cannot be done? I mean, that cannot be done before cross-examination by the defense. What is, on what basis? On the basis of what stands before us all, taking into consideration the reading of the section.
yes.
And of note, the section says any party.
Yes.
Any party.
Yes.
That tells me parties on both sides of the spectrum.
Yes.
Be it the state, be it the defense.
Yes.
Any party may, in criminal proceedings, impeach or support. I think that's how Advocate Baloyi started this issue. Impeach or support the credibility of any witness called against or on behalf of such party in any manner, I underline also any manner, in which and by any evidence by which the credibility of such witness might, on the 30th day of May 1961, have been impeached or supported by such party. Now, you are inviting me to hold a view that, and I think you limit your contention to the timing at which Advocate Baloyi seeks to do what he wants to do. And if that be your position, I invite you to tell me where you get it, that if that timing becomes now, it will be contrary to what the legislature intended.
Firstly, my lord, he has not laid a background for such an application. Clearly, to him, there are contradictions between the evidence tendered by this witness and the statements which are on Exhibit B.
Yes, that's what he said, loud and clear, that
Yes.
previous inconsistent statement. He's very loud and clear about that. Much as the section is loud and clear, that it is dealing with inconsistency where it regards statements made previously.
He just wants to embark on this procedure without having the court having declared the witness hostile.
Where does it say that the witness must be declared hostile?
I've been reading through the commentary, my lord. May I take the court to that portion of the commentary?
Yeah, I think he took away his commentary. Can you read?
I'm reading, my lord, under the commentary at page 23-22J.
Do you have a copy of the commentary, Mr. Baloy? Or you only have that? Okay. Read.
Yes. It reads as follows. The witness may be asked whether his evidence or the previous statement reflects the truth. The witness may not, however, be cross-examined on the statement until or unless he has been declared hostile.
Yeah.
So, my lord, our prima facie view is that there must be basis for this application to the court, that on these issues, the issues that have been raised by the witness and what is contained in the statement, there must be the basis for that application, and then for the court to declare the witness hostile. And then the state can then use or embark on this procedure. More so, my lord, I've gone through Exhibit P. There are serious contradictions between the evidence tendered by the witness and what is contained in these statements. So if the defense starts now, if the state starts now to use or embark on this procedure, it limits our cross-examination to the witness.
In what way? What is the limitation? In what way? Are you still, is it not still open for you to ask whatever question you want to ask?
The witness may come and say that I've already asked or answered that question.
No. Based on what?
Based on the answers that is going to be asked on.
No. I mean, as it is now, each of you is going to ask questions of the witness.
Yes.
That is unavoidable. And I don't think that will be very
I think, my lord,
to avoid answering any question.
Yes, I think in a certain way it tends to cure whatever evidence that has been tendered by the witness, which is on record.
Because my view of Section 1 is that the intention is to preserve or to protect the purity of the evidence to be considered. It is not a section which I view to be deserving to be dealt on the basis of the timing or issues of procedural preciseness. My sense is that this section has been drilled into the equation so that all other issues that have to do with the content of statements made as opposed to evidence adduced in court be put in perspective. The legislature even speaks about issues of considering language differences, culture and things like those. And for the court to ascertain that what stands written represents what a particular witness intended to say at any particular given time. Now, when you say that that avenue, that leeway is not available at the disposal of the state because the witness has not yet been cross-examined, I say to you that I don't find in the piece of legislation where that has been made a requirement. Cross-examination is so wide. You will cross-examine whatever the state tries to bring to do or to infuse a patchwork on the evidence will still be liable for attack through cross-examination. So I don't understand where. And the requirement, I'm going to hear Advocate Baloyi on the aspect that you have raised, that declaration of hostility on the part of the witness is a prerequisite. I will require Advocate Baloyi to
My Lord, not only that, it also defeats the purpose of re-examination of the witness. I think there will be a time when the state has to re-examine the witness.
No. I think you want to confuse the issues. How is it defeated? Because he will still have the leeway to re-examine, depending on his view of the shape of his evidence after the witness will have undergone cross-examination. I don't think it defeats.
Yes. Thank you, my Lord. Those are my submissions. Thank you.
My Lord, perhaps for the sake of brevity, summarize our position. Our position was not on the timing, nor procedure. My view was Section 190 was where the witness for the state leaves the state in a ledge, deviates from their consultation. If Mr. Baloyi can say, what you testified about now, yesterday in this court, deviates from our consultation at the NPA offices, with due respect, my Lord, I'll concede the point. He can embark on that procedure. But he hasn't told us the basis why he now wants to embark on this process, unless he says he's deviated from my consultation, what we had in our chambers. But my Lord, further, like I said,
not only chambers, even at the stage of abuse of making a statement before a police officer.
And my Lord, this is the thing. This Exhibit P was given to us, was it yesterday? They've had it all along. Now we are arguing almost in vacuum. We come here, like Manot says now, a study session. Had we been told this is going to be the position, we're going to come fully armed.
Do you understand that is another point?
That's another point.
That is another point. But why don't we thresh out the point we are on?
The point is,
if you will see the need of coming up with the issue of whether there is an element of ambush,
it's a different aspect.
You will bring that, but it's a different aspect. Let us not mix and mingle.
No, I consider. Yes. So that's what I'm saying. If he says he's been disappointed by his witness, the witness is not now going according to instructions and to consultation. With pleasure, he can embark on that process, madam. That's my humble submission.
You sound now different from what you were saying before.
Because we've also gone back to the summary of the section, madam.
Yeah.
Indeed so.
Yeah. So what is your point now?
That is my point. If Mr. Baloyi says, I'm doing this because I've consulted and I want to rectify this, is not going according to what he instructed me and according to our consultations. My Lord, for 1 and 2, I'll concede he can do that.
Let me check Yeah, well, I summarized. I didn't write verbatim what he said. I just wrote regarding having listened to him. I said regarding inaccuracies. Maybe that doesn't help us for now. But you are saying other than that,
Yes.
you no longer hold the view you were holding before.
Yes,
we went
yes,
for
because we've gone to the study session, man.
lunch. Okay. Anybody else? Advocate Baloyi, we now seem to be on a narrower point than when we left for lunch.
Yes, and with the greatest of respect, my lords, my learned friends are perhaps misunderstanding the purport of Section 190. Section 190 stands on two legs, my lord. The aspect that my learned friends are referring to, in other words, when a witness gives evidence that is adverse to the party that's calling him, that's subsection 192. The state is not relying on that section.
Yeah,
We never
I saw that.
Yes.
I read up to 192.
Yes,
I saw that.
we never said that this witness gave evidence that's unfavorable. We simply said that there are inconsistencies in the statement. I use the word inaccurate. I think inconsistency is perhaps a stronger word. Just merely inconsistencies. That
There was
we want
another
to
one.
make
There was another word. Thrown.
Inaccuracies, yes.
No.
Impeachment.
You are alleged to be disappointed.
No, not in the slightest, my lord. As I said, simply as I indicated in the outset, it's simply to clarify certain aspects.
Yes.
Far from what is being suggested, my lord.
Yes.
Yes. And if
and now the latest issue is you did not lay
yes,
an assisting basis for the exercise.
Yes.
You did not rise and say, I have noticed, be it, I don't know what word to use, whether inaccuracy or inconsistency, whatever it is. And as a result, I am coming up with exhibit, this exhibit being a statement to, I think the wording that the legislature used is to, if I put it in my way, to ameliorate the harsh effect of the deviation, if not inconsistency.
my lord, I did amplify that aspect right in the beginning. I indicated that there are certain inaccuracies, perhaps inconsistencies, to use the stronger word, and that the procedure that the state was about to embark upon is to clarify those inaccuracies. That's what I said, right at the beginning. May I just perhaps mention that even this writer that
the other point, was it, who said before declaration of
Yes.
hostility on the part of the, I don't know where, I didn't
I
come
think
across that as a firm prerequisite.
It's Mr. Ngumalo who made that submission.
Yeah.
He's, as I pointed out, he's referring to subsection 2, on which the state is not relying. We're playing reliance on section 1. And this author, my lord,
subsection 1.
yes,
Yeah.
yes. And my lord, the author that I referred to earlier on mentions when he discusses the ambit of the section, he says it must be understood at the outset that two separate and disparate yet complementary topics are addressed. And this is what we say, my lord, that the two processes should not be conflated. He says in subsection 1 serves to preserve the English law of evidence regarding the impeachment or support for the credibility of a witness, and that's what we're saying, that merely supporting the credibility of the witness. And he says subsection 2 applies to a limited form of attack by a party on its own witness, and perhaps that's where my learned friends seem to be putting an emphasis on subsection 2, on which we are not relying on, what we're relying on subsection 1. So, God, please.
Why is it that I no longer notice any ant hill before us? It now looks as if the ground is very leveled. I think Advocate Ramusipidi said that the rest of you no longer hold the position you held before we went for lunch. And the issue that I had firmly from him is about the basis laid, or that was supposed to have been laid from the word go by Advocate Baloyi. Now Advocate Baloyi has been addressing me. Do you still hold that position, that there is no
My
sufficient?
Lord, like I've said, this witness is going to be here until kingdom come if we continue this way. For the sake of brevity, for accused number 1 and 2, I'll put him under relentless cross-examination. So I no
That's
longer
what
object.
I was saying from the
I
word
no
go.
longer object.
Okay. Okay.
As it please the court, my lord, in terms of procedure, the state has made an application. We are afforded the opportunity to respond. The state has replied. So I don't think there's any procedure that after the state has replied, there's a procedure that says we can also reply to the state's reply. Otherwise, this issue will go on as a renvoi for so many days. In order to avoid that, we rather stick to procedure and let the court decide on the issue.
Yes, this is an aspect that arose as the state was going about leading evidence through its witness, Mr. Mthokozizi Thwala. Advocate Baloyi, on behalf of the state, observed that the evidence adduced, or let me say between the evidence adduced by the witness in the witness doc and a statement which is part of Exhibit B, which he made to a police officer, that the two are in, let me avoid inconsistency, there are issues of harshness, that they are not in tandem with one another, and therefore may not serve the purpose for which the state required that witness to tender evidence in pursuance of the case the state determines itself to have against the accused. We started with a wider argument which has somewhat narrowed considerably. We started with questions of to whose availability is Section 190. That seems to have fallen by the wayside as an argument, and it is no longer a basis for any objection. If I fast forward, because I don't think there is cause to outline every detail and every issue that was raised, fast forward after the lunch adjournment today, Advocate Ramusipidi, seemingly on behalf of everyone, raised the issue of whether a basis was laid for the state to avail itself the use of Section 190 the way it seems to be intent to do. Now, after Advocate Baloyi addressed the court, confirming, number one, that the exercise he wants to embark upon is to infuse whatever possible harmony there can be between the statement made by the witness before a police officer and the evidence uttered by the same witness before court. Like I said, the argument or the terrain or field of engagement has narrowed considerably. The question as I sit here that remains is whether I agree with the position held by, in particular, Advocate Ramsi PD and Advocate Mnisi, that no sufficient or no adequate basis has been laid by the state for it to rely on the provisions of Section 190. I also view that in the light of the latest position and taking into consideration the reading of the of Section 190, I do not find any basis to sustain the objection raised by the defense with regard to Advocate Baloyi engaging in a curative exercise by way of utilizing the avenues within the evidence adduced viva voce and the evidence given in making a statement before the police, and therefore on the basis of that the objection is overruled.
As the court pleases, my lord.
As it pleases the court.
Now, Mr. Thwala, before we go to your statement, just one aspect. Were you able to describe the clothes that the second person had to enter the house?
Aphambilini kokuthi siyeke ku-statement sakho, ingabe wakhona yini ukuthi uchaze impahla eyayigqokwe ngumuntu wesibili owangena endlini? Yes, I think I mentioned it that he was wearing something like a jacket or a hoodie.
Did you perhaps observe the color thereof?
Umbala wayo wayibona. Wawubona. I can't remember well.
Right, now moving on to your statements, that's exhibit P1.
Madam, this is not an objection to say, I just did not get to the last meeting. The witness said it was a jacket and a what? Hoodie. Oh, okay, thank you. Yes, it is recorded.
Mr. Thwala, you mentioned that on Monday, the 27th of October 2014, you proceeded to
the parental house of Ms. Kelly Kumalo in Foslo-Res, after which we then proceeded to the police station and made a statement.
Ushilo ukuthi ngomsombuluko 27 ka-October 2014 wahamba-ke waya khona kulo Kelly noma emzini kamaka Kelly wase uma usuka lapho-ke wahamba waya e-police station uyokwenza i-statement khona.
Yebo kunjalo.
That's correct.
And you mentioned that that statement took the better part of 3 hours. I think you said between 3 and 4 hours.
Ushilo-ke nokuthi leso statement leso kwakuthatha phakathi ko-3 no 4 hours ukusenza.
Yebo.
Yes.
Was that statement reduced to writing?
Leso statement leso wasenza khona lapho-ke ingabe sabhalwa phansi yini?
Yebo ngicipha bebhala.
Yes, I think they were writing.
And after the statement was reduced to writing, was it read back to you?
Emuva kokuthi lokho wawukusho bakubhala phansi ingabe bakufundela yini lokho abakubhala phansi?
Noma ngasakhumbuli kahle kodwa ngisakhumbuli kahle ngicabanga kodwa ngikhumbula kahle.
I can't remember well. I think so, but I can't remember well.
Did you read the statement yourself?
Wena-ke ingabe wayifundela yini i-statement leso esabhalwa phansi?
Khona i-statement engangayifunda ukuthi angisazi but makuyisiphi kodwa ngiyazi ukuthi khona isikhona esayengasifunda kwi-statement engangazenza nje kulo 9 years khona engangayifunda ukuthi angisakhumbuli kahle kulesi.
From the statements that I made in this period of 9 years, there is a statement that I once read, but I can't remember specifically which one.
I'm going to show you a statement which is marked Exhibit P1. And in the docket, it was marked as A26. Is that the statement that you made?
Isona leso wasenza P1 826.
Ngiyacabanga.
Can you repeat
I think
yourself?
so.
Can you repeat yourself?
The state is going to show you a statement Exhibit P1, which in the docket was marked as A26. Is that the statement that you made?
It's on a statement wasenza.
Ngiyacabanga ukuthi sona.
I think it is.
The statement consists of 5 pages and 17 paragraphs.
Amapage awu-5 namaparagraph awu-17.
Yebo.
Yes.
There's a signature just before the commissioning stamp on the last page.
Yebo.
Yes.
Whose signature is it?
It's Kaban.
Isam.
It's mine.
Do you perhaps remember if this statement was read back to you?
Ingabe usakhumbula yini ukuthi ukusifundela bona bakufundela?
Angisakhumbuli.
I can't remember.
Malok, we submit that the basis has been laid for the statement. We then just proceed to refer to certain aspects.
Okay.
If one looks at the stem there, the commissioning stem, there's a date there, 28 October 2014, 12:45.
In the skirmish around this exercise, I don't think I remained with a copy of that exhibit. I think it was taken back, unless I'm wrong. What exhibit are you talking about?
Exhibit P1, my lord.
P1.
P1.
I think I was given P6, you remember? I no longer seem to have.
I'll hand up a copy, and this is precisely what we're avoiding, to have documents handed up at different intervals. My lord, we are on the last page.
Yes.
There's a commissioning stem there. There's a date, first arrest 2014-10-28, 12:45.
Yes, I see it.
But what is your comment regarding the date of 28th of October 2014?
Uthini ngale date?
Statement sokuqala engasenza ngasenza ngomhla ka-27 kakumsomluko.
The first statement that I made, was on the 27th. It was on a Monday.
Now, if I can ask you to turn to page 2 of this statement. Paragraph 7. The seventh sentence from the top, the first one had a firearm. Do you see that?
Yes.
In his hand, and uttered certain words which I'm not going to place on record.
Washo ke lamagama uthi angeke awaphindeke.
Yes.
Yes.
You see that?
Yes. Yes.
What is your comment on that word that is used there?
Akathi ke lisho ubuza uthini ke naleli gama elishiwo elibhaliwe lana.
It's an expletive that.
Yeah, ngiyabona.
Yes, I see it.
So what is your comment?
Uthini?
Lokuqala igama ngikhumbula kodwa lesibili nelesithathu ngiyalikhumbula.
I don't remember the first word, but the second as well as the third word I do remember.
You see that we're just before the word cell phones.
Ngisho lona impela.
That's I'm referring to that one.
Then on page 3, paragraph 10, then Zandi's boyfriend let go of the firearm, which was still in the suspect's hand. What is your comment?
Lana ke ithi i-boyfriend kaZandi ke yasidedela ke isibhamu leso esasisesandleni somsolwa. Uthini ke ngalokho?
I-boyfriend yazandi yaya towards umuntu lo wayesiyoqala ngaphambili yamphusha waphumela ngaphandle.
Zandi's boyfriend went towards the first person that was in the house, pushed him and went out.
Then paragraph 13 on page 4. Second sentence from the top. Perhaps I'll read the whole sentence. Kelly drove the car to the hospital, and we were with Tumelo, Zandi. I can't remember who else was with the fifth person. What is your-
That's paragraph.
Paragraph 13, my lord.
Yes.
What is your comment there regarding the fact that there was a fifth person?
Uthini ngalokuthi kwakunomuntu wesihlanu?
I think la wayengibuza ngoba ethi kwakukhona umuntu wesi5 so ngamtshela ukuthi namkhumbula umuntu wesi5.
I think
Umuntu
that's
wesi5 futhi wayekhona akuyena uSenzo ngoba sasiba u4 emotweni kukhelo driveryo uTumelo uZandi nami noSenzo kuyena umuntu wesi5. So I think engibuza ukuthi ubani wesi5 ngasho ukuthi ngimkhumba ngimazi umuntu wesi5.
I think it's where when it was mentioned or said by the person that there was a fifth person, and then I said that I can't remember the fifth person because it was Kelly was driving, it was Zandi, Tumelo and myself, and then Senzo. So the fifth person that was there, Senzo was the fifth person.
If we can then move to the second statement, that's Exhibit P4.
Yes.
Again, I believe to Exhibit P4. P4 is marked A113.
Yes.
It's a statement consisting of 5 pages and 15 paragraphs.
On page 05 and on paragraph 15.
Yeah.
Did you also make this statement?
Ngabe nalesi statement wasenza?
Ngiyacabanga.
I think so.
If you look at the second last page, there's a signature there. Whose signature is that?
Right
Right at the bottom.
Yeah.
It's mine.
And was this, after the statement was made, after you deposed to the statement, was it read back to you?
Emuva kokuthi wasenza le statement lesi ingabe wasifundelwa yini?
Yebe ngisho ngisakhumbula ukuthi iziphi engangifundela zona iziphi ababengangifundeli zona.
As I've said that I can't remember as to which did they read back to me and to which didn't they read back to me.
If I can draw your attention to paragraph 6 of the statement on the second page.
Where?
Paragraph 6, my lord, on the second page.
Yes.
This was in reference to the suspect that had the firearm. He stated as follows. The suspect didn't say much. He just demanded the cell phones and money. The suspect was wearing a hoodie jacket and the hoodie was covering his head. I could see the dreadlocks protruding through the hoodie near his ears.
Umsolwa akazange asho okuningi, wafuna nje kuphela ama cell phones kanye nemali. Umsolwa wayegqoke ihoodie, ijacket, ihoodie futhi ke yayimboze ikhanda lakhe. Ngangiwabona ama dreadlocks evelileke kuyona ihoodie eduze kwendlebe zakhe.
What is your comment?
Uthini ngalokho?
The first suspect was wearing a hat.
Owokuqala umsolwa wayegqoke isigqoko.
My-dreads ngangiwabona through isigqoko sakhe. The second suspect engasho ukuthi I suspect he was wearing a hoodie or a jacket.
And I could see the dreadlocks through his head. It was the second suspect that I said that was wearing a hoodie or a jacket.
Can you repeat about the second suspect?
The second suspect lowesibili uyena engangithi kuyena engangithi ngathi wayegqoka into engathi ihood or a jacket kodwa into engathi iyafihla. Lo oqala wayegqoke isigqoko, ama-dreads ngawabona ngoba isigqoko ayisifakile ayevela la ama-dreads akhe.
About the second suspect, my lord, what I'm saying is that he's the one that was wearing what looked like a hoodie or a jacket, and then the first suspect is the one that was wearing a hat. That was wearing a hat, and I could see the dreadlocks that were protruding through the hoodie. The hat.
Yes.
And paragraph 8, I can't remember the color of the hoodie jacket the suspect was wearing.
Let me clear this. You say the first suspect.
Yes.
Is the one who wore a hat.
Yes.
Is he the one who had dreadlocks protruding?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
No, thanks.
Yabonga ngithi lo wokuqala uyena owafake isigqoko futhi ke ama dreadlocks ebonakala kusona ke isigqoko owesithwele.
Then paragraph 8, I can't remember the color of the hoodie jacket the suspect was wearing. I can remember that the second suspect was wearing a hat, but I don't know the color of the hat.
Lana ke kufundeka ngalendlela angiwukhumbuli umbala wehoodie noma ijacket umsolwa wayegqokile. Ngiyakhumbula ke ukuthi owesibili umsolwa wayefake noma egqoke isigqoko. Kodwa ngikwazi umbala wesigqoko.
Yes, what? Do you have any comment?
Khona ungakusho lokho?
I think my only comment is that umuntu shothi wayibhalela uphambanise isigqoko ne hoodie. And unfortunately nama yikho ke into engayenza right now.
The only thing I can say here is that the person who wrote confused the hoodie as well as the hat. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do regarding that.
And what is the date of that statement? Look at the last page.
December 2017.
14 December 2017.
Then lastly, Mr. Thwala, if I can draw your attention to Exhibit P5, which is A126.
P what?
It's Exhibit P5, my lord. It's in the docket, it was marked A126. consists of 2 pages.
Page out 2.
Did you also depose to that statement?
Nalesi statement wasenza.
Ngingaphela ngazi statement sanless.
The problem is that I don't know what this statement is about.
Yes. If you look at the second page, the last page, there's a signature there and the name. Whose signature is it?
Lapha phezulu.
Is it at the top?
No, at the bottom.
Is in Zanzi.
The second page.
Oh. Ayikho signature.
No signature.
P5. Can I just show you P5? Whose signature is it?
Yes, Sam.
Yes, it's mine.
But yeah.
And was this statement, what is the date of the statement?
The date has it in
23 January 2017.
23 January 2017.
No. Just check the date.
Oh, 27.
27.
Just put the date on
Oh,
record.
27 January.
27 January.
And was this statement read back to you?
Ingabe wasifundelwa yini?
Hey, lesi kanje ngisikhumbula nale handwriting ngabe ngiyakhumbula kahle kodwa
This one I just don't remember, and even this handwriting.
but yeah,
But maybe, I don't know, there were many.
Just one paragraph there.
Yebo.
On page 1. Paragraph 5. This is now with reference to the ID parade that was held at Correctional Services in Pietermaritzburg. Say, I then identified a thin male person with a facial appearance, especially the chin, nose, and his color, as the man that was present when Senzo Meyiwa was shot and killed as a thug.
Lana ke paragraph 5 ufundeka kalendlela ukuthi la kumayelana nale identification yase Pietermaritzburg ejele ngaye ngakhomba ke umuntu wesilisa onomzimba omncane futhi ke onama appearance la ebusweni kakhulukazi ke islip sakhe ikhala kanye futhi nombala nanjengendoda eyayikhona ke ngathi uSenzo Meyiwa edutshulwa futhi ebulawa nanjengesigebengu.
And the paragraph just before that, the second sentence, paragraph 4, at the new prison identification parade was held and I pointed out one prisoner who was wearing number 4 tag.
Lana ke ku number 4 uthi ke kwijele elisha ke kwiparade eyayikhona ke noma kwakune parade khona ngakhomba umuntu oyedwa noma isiboshwa esodwa owayephethe unumber 4 itag.
Do you have any comment?
Khona ungakusho?
Yebo.
Yes.
I think when it comes to yona lelo le part iphathi vele ngangihlezi ngisho from lesikhathi kwenzeka le ID parade ngathi mina kunomuntu onama similar features to lo muntu lo bangibuza ukuthi uba base bathi ngisondele eduze kwakhe ngathi ngangithola ngathi mina ulo. That's when bathatha isithombe ke indlela bona bayibhale ngayo ke ngiyayizwa indlela bayibhale ngayo but bona shuthi iwording yabo bayibeke ngayo kumina i-wrongish manje ngoba akusho mina ukuthi uyena ngathi unama similar features.
This is what I've been saying all along, and as it happened on that day, that when I pointed out to the person, they then asked me to go closer to the person. I pointed to the person out as that this person had similar features to that person who was there, but now the manner in which they wrote it or their wording is wrong or wrongish, as the witness said it.
ngoba futhi ngathi masiphunya nje khona lapho ngabiza i-IO yayiphethe leyo law and ngam-inform ngayo yonke leyo nto, which was nje bese ngishilo ukuthi bani Brigadier Gininda.
And as we went out, as I earlier on said, that on our way out, I called the person of the IO that was in charge of that process, Brigadier Gininda, and informed him about that.
Thank you, my lord. Those are the only aspects that you wanted to take up with the...
I want to fully understand the issue, the central issue around paragraph 4. You told the officer that the intruder, you were talking about war tag number 4. Is that?
No, if I'm bengibuka kahle, I think lo muntu lo ababethi nama similar features wakhe mina ngangimusho, I think yena wayo number 4 if mangizofunda kahle.
If I read properly here, the person that I referred to as having similar features who was standing there that I was pointing out is the person that had tag number 4.
Yes.
ID parade.
At the ID parade.
I say Peter Maritzburg.
The one that was held in Peter Maritzburg.
Now, what was your concern when you spoke to Gininda?
Ngale nkathi ke ukhuluma no Gininda yini eyayikuhlupha ohlutshwa yini eyakubangela ukuthi ukhulume no Gininda?
I think indlela okwakwenzeka ngayo.
The manner in which it happened? Sorry.
Into maningena kahle ku right kuhamba kahle ku yonke into ihamba kahle, and then all of a sudden mase ususho ukuthi umuntu olibana nama similar features bese kuthiwa sondele eduze kwakhe ubani awumkhombe sekukhala ithombe. Yabo nje wavele wenzeka fast sekuthiwa futhi hayi angibuyele emotweni ila ngase ngima khona ngathi ngicela ubaba investigator bangitshela ukuthi Gininda ngambiza same time ngamtshela.
It's the manner in which it happened, my lord. As we went in, everything was okay, it was fine. But then when you start pointing out, you are told to go closer to the person, and then all of a sudden pictures are taken. You are asked to move back, you are taken back into the vehicle, and that's where I then called Gininda and informed him.
Thank you, my lord. Those are the aspects that we want to take up with
cross-examination.
Indeed, so, my lord. Good afternoon, Mr. Thwala.
Afternoon, sir.
My surname is Ramosepele, and I'm going to be asking you questions on behalf of accused number 1 to 2, accused number 1, accused number 2.
Yeah. Yes.
How do you sleep at night, Mr. Thwala?
I sleep at night, so I close my eyes.
What is the relevance of the
Relevance?
unless if the basis can be laid for the question?
Your Worship, the basis simply this. He's gone publicly to say, since the death of the deceased, he is haunted. He even said on Tuesday in one of his evidence that it's even difficult to this day.
Yeah, I think the mistake you did was not to lay some basis to understand for everybody.
Let me lay the basis,
Because,
my Lord.
as an open question, you could have just said, I drop onto a bed and I sleep.
Indeed, so my Lord.
That would not have been a useful answer.
Indeed. Now, Mr. Madala, would it be fair to say, I'm sorry, my Lord, Mr. Thwala?
The question has not been answered.
Okay.
The first one,
yes.
It did say I close my eyes.
Okay.
Okay.
That's good. Excellent.
Yeah, the question was, how do you sleep? And when I probed that, he said it's because the witness said that he has issues during the night.
Ukuphilana kanjani ke ngoba buke washo ngaphambilini ukuthi sukela lesigameko lesisenzeka ke into ekuhluphayo ke ekuhluphayo lena so uthi leyo mbuzo ubuzela leyo nto noma leyo nkulumo obuyishilo ngaphambilini
Ngivala amehlo uma ngilala ebusuku 1. Number 2, le nto ayishoyo I was not referring to indaba kaSenzo, bengirefera kwindaba kaButhelezi, ukungihlukumeza kaButhelezi.
First, number 1, when I sleep at night I close my eyes, and secondly, the question that you are posing to me is not with regards to Senzo. It was with regards to what I said earlier on about the abuse regarding Buthelezi.
Now, would it be fair to say to you that the death of your best friend continues to haunt you to this day?
Ngizobe ngiqinisele yini uma ngithi ke ukushona komngane wakho ukuthi yinto esakuhlupha kuze kube manje? Esakuhontayo noma kuze kube manje?
Ayingihaunt. It does not haunt me.
It doesn't haunt me.
Now, let me leave that a bit. I'll come back to that because I've got a document. Your testimony is that on the 26th of October 2014, yourself, the deceased, Kelly Kumalo and Zandile Kumalo, attended a music festival in Dorothy Nyembe Park in Dobsonville, Soweto, correct?
Ubufakazi bakho shilo ukuthi ke 26 October 2014 wena umufi uKelly Khumalo uzandi Khumalo naye ke kwi festival ethize eDorothy Nyembe eDobsonville Soweto.
Yebo kunjalo.
That's correct.
And do you recall perhaps the time that you arrived at that festival?
Usasikhumbula isikhathi enafika ngaso kuleyo festival?
Ay noma ngasakhumbula kahle kodwa kwakusemini.
Although I can't remember properly, but it was during the day.
Yes. And at that festival, did you consume or drink alcohol?
Sorry, sir. Can you say you, him, or the group?
Him.
Okay. Kuleyo festival leyo ke ingabe waphuza yini wena? No.
And how long did you remain in attendance at that festival?
Na wawulapho kanye noma nani lapho isikhathi esingakanani?
Ay angeke ngisho isikhathi eside ngoba uKelly wafika emva kwesikhathi wangena stage waperform emva kwesikhathi emva qeda kuperforma sahamba.
I wouldn't say that it was for a while or for a long while. We arrived, Kelly got on stage, she performed. After a while, she came off stage, and then we left.
And once Kelly Khumalo had performed, what time did you leave Dorothy Nyembe Park?
Esephefomile ke uKelly nahamba ngasiphi isikhathi eDorothy Nyembe?
Angazi mhlambe between 3-4 lapho nje.
I don't know, maybe between 3 or 4
lapho, yeah,
around there.
And isn't it true that upon leaving Dorothy Nyembe Park, you had to pass somewhere in Soweto because the deceased wanted to pass by one of his teammates' grandmother's house to pass his regards?
Akusilona yini iqiniso ukuthi ke uma seniphuma khona ke eDorothy Nyembe umufi wayefuna ukuthi andlule umuzi womunye wabadala edlala nabo ugogo womunye wabadala abadala nabo efuna ukubingelela.
True.
Kuyiqiniso.
And from there, you went, and when I say you, I'll clarify. In other instances, I mean you personally or you as a group.
All right.
So I'll clarify that if I'm in the group or you on a personal basis. So from there, the deceased drove to Katlehong, that is your residential area, for you to have a change of clothes. Is that correct?
Ukusuka lapho ke wase umufi ke ese driver ke imoto noma eshayela ke imoto eye Katlehong ukuze wena ke uzo change impahla.
Sasuka khona, just to clarify, sasuka khona lapho eSoweto, yes saye Katlehong, kodwa Katlehong mina ngangazi sizofika ngishiye. In decision yokuthi kuze kushintshwe impahla ngqoke izinto uyaphuma ngaleso sikhathi leso ngesikhathi sengifonela.
Yes, from Soweto we went to Katlehong, but what I knew was that he was going to drop me in Katlehong and leave me. But the decision for me to change the clothes, it's a decision that was taken at that particular moment.
In your evidence in chief, you stated that on the 26th of October, it was Roy Mahamud's birthday party or a party. Is that correct?
Ufakazi bakushiwa ukuthi nge-26 lezo kwakuyi-party kaRoy Mahamud's.
Yebo.
Yes.
And let me track back. On the 25th of October, a day before this incident, you spent the night over at Senzo's residence in Malbatin, correct?
Nge-25 ke usuku nje ngaphambi kwesigameko lesi ke wena ke wawukwa Senzo noma wachitha isikhathi noma ke wawuchitha isikhathi kwa Senzo eMalbatin nge-25.
I think uthi ngalala khona, but yes.
Yes.
Ngalala khona.
I slept there.
And that morning, did the deceased not tell you that he wants you to accompany him to Roy Mahamud's party when you woke up that morning on the 26th of October 2014?
Ngalela langa ke ekseni nge-26 zika October 2014 akazange asho yini kuwena umufi ke uma ndivuka ke ngalela langa la nge-26 ukuthi ucela ukuthi umkhapheke noma uhambe naye ke ukuthi aye epartini kaRoy Mahamud's.
Yebo, that's true.
And by way of clarification, I know that you've done this, but Roy Mahamud's was also a player at the Orlando Pirates, correct?
Naye omunye wabadlali kwakuomunye wabadlali beOrlando Pirates uRoy angithi.
Yep.
Yes.
And having changed clothing, you then drive to pick up Tumelo Madala, correct?
Uthe emuva ke kosokuthi usushintshile ke impahla zokugqoka nase niyahamba ke niyolanda uTumelo.
Yebo.
Yes.
And per your testimony, he's picked up in straight view at an off-ramp on the N3, correct?
Namthola ke kwi off ramp ku N3 straight view.
Ngasho ukuthi ya but ngiyakhuluma ukuthi off ramp nje lapha spread view first terrace angazi kahle kodwa ngithi an off ramp lapha ku N3.
No, it's an off ramp on the N3 straight view phosphorus.
And then upon picking Tumelo Madala up, you then drive towards Makumalo's house. Makumalo, by the way, will be, for the purposes of my cross-examination, be referring to Kelly Khumalo and Zandile Khumalo's mother.
Mase nisuka lapho nahamba ke naya nisiya ke ngakuhlangothi langa kwaMakhumalo uma ngikhuluma ngoMakhumalo ke ngizobe ngikhuluma ngaye ke uMaka Kelly noZandile.
Yep.
Yes.
But before you drove there, you made a detour somewhere, correct?
Kodwa ke ngaphambilini kokuthi niyofika ke noma niye lapho kukhona la nashintsha khona ke indlela noma nashintsha umgwaqo.
Yebo.
That's correct.
And that's at the place where you referred that they sell food and alcohol, correct?
Ile ndawo ke obukhuluma ngayo kufakazi bakho uthi kodayiswa ukudla kanye futhi neziphuzo.
Yebo.
That's correct.
And do you know the name of that place?
Uyalazi igama laleyo ndawo?
Cha ngilazi.
No, I don't.
And the testimony is that you and Zandile Khumalo are the persons that entered the premises to actually buy the alcohol, right?
Ufakazi bakho ushilo ukuthi wena noZandile abantu abehla emotweni niyothenga utshwala.
Yep.
That's correct.
And then thereafter you then proceed to Makhumalo's house, which is house number 13511, Mzamo section, Fosloras extension 11. Is that correct?
Nasa niqhubeka ke nyaka kwaMakhumalo.
Yebo ngiyazi what address kodwa ngicabanga ukuthi usho khona.
Yes, I don't know the address, but I think you mentioned the house.
Let me pause here a bit. You picked Tumelo Madala up, and he's working in crutches, indicating that he's got an injury of some sort. Can you describe that briefly?
Ushilo ukuthi nayo thatha uTumelo, washo nokuthi ke uTumelo ehamba ngama-crash okushoyo ukuthi ke wayelimele. Ungachaza nje ngalokho?
Yebo lokho kuyiqiniso naphela ngangingakazi ngathi isikhathi ukuthi ulimazwe yini kanjani. In fact kuzobe namhlanje angikaze angichazele isitori sokuthi walimazwe yini kanjani kodwa wayelimele onyaweni efake ehamba ngama-crushes.
Yes, that is true, although at the time I didn't know as to what the cause of the injury was, and up until today he has never told me as to how he got injured. But yes, he had a foot injury and he was on crutches.
Yeah, what I need to find out, I'm sorry for not being specific, was he in a bandage or in what we call a cast of Paris?
Ingabe engifuna ukwazi nje ukuthi noma wayifaka nje ibandage noma wayifake ukhonkolo.
Angisakhumbuli
I can't recall that word. I can't remember.
And just at Makhumalo's, when it did Tumelo work with the assistance of crutches at some stage? Did you observe that?
Can you repeat it?
At Makhumalo's, because what I want to find out was he always working with the assistant of crutches.
Or inside the house.
Inside the house.
Lapha phakathi ke endlini ingaba waye ngaso sonke isikhathi uma ehamba nje nkathi senisendlini ke kwaMakhumalo ngaso sonke isikhathi ehamba ngaba wayehamba ngaba ama-crash phakathi endlini.
Ukuthi engikhumula la sasukuma khona ngesikhathi esisodwa ngesikhathi ephuma eyobhema and angikhumbuli ehamba ngama-crutches lapho.
The only time I remember when we got up was when we went out for him to go and smoke, and I don't remember him walking on the crutches.
And I got from your evidence in chief that you know Tumelo Madala before you picked him up on the 26th of October 2014, right?
Ngitholileke noma ngizwileke kubufakazi bakho ke ukuthi uTumelo umuntu vele obukade umazi nangaphambilini kwaleli langa leli enayo umlanda ngalo langa i-26 ka October.
Yebo umuntu engimazi.
Yes, it's someone that I knew.
And how would you characterize that relationship? Was he an acquaintance, a close friend, a best friend? What was he to you?
Ungachaza kanjani ke umuntu omazi kanjani umuntu nje ebenijwayelene bekuwumngane ungachaza kanjani?
Beumngane wakhe ngoba mina
awukhuluma ngawe.
Ngami noma
yes
ngawe.
Your relationship
wena noTumelo.
No, uTumelo ngingasho ukuthi acquaintance umuntu ebengimazi through umngane nami.
I would just say an acquaintance. It's someone that I got to know through my friend.
Now you drive to Makhumalo's. What time did you arrive there?
Nahamba ke naya khona kwaMakhumalo nafika sikhatsini khona.
I think it was just after 5. After 5.
It was after 5, if I'm not mistaken.
And by the way, you mentioned a specific reason why you went there. Can you repeat it for me, please?
Unesizathu ke osichazile ke ukuthi kwakungani niye khona lapho ungasiphinda.
I-reason eyangenza ukuthi ngize ngiye kakhulu khona it was because uSenzo wayengitshele uthi ingane yakhe noSenzo noKelly ngangakaze ngiyibone. So wase wangitshela ngayo ingane wasatha sami ukuthi ngizosale sengibona ingane. So I think yona into eyangijabulisa kakhulu ukuthi ngikwazi ukuthi ngiye ukuze ngizokwazi ukubona ingane.
The main reason why I went there is because I had never seen Senzo and Kelly's child, Tingo, and then Senzo told me about the child, and that it made me very happy, and that's the reason why I then decided to go.
And how did you enter, or let me put it in clarity, which entrance did you use to enter the Makumalo homestead?
Nasebenzisa yiphi ke entrance ungena kwaMakhumalo?
Awusho entrance usho like outside the gate noma umnyango?
Which door of the house?
Kitchen door.
Sicaba sase kitchen.
Would the kitchen door be the front or the back door of that house?
Uyabuza ukuthi lo mnyango nangenanga wase kitchen kule yandlu umnyango wangaphambili noma wangasemuva?
Ngicabanga ukuthi wangasemuva.
I think it's the back door.
Ngoba wangaphambili ungala.
Because the front door is this side.
And let me ask you this, because you know Senzo, the deceased, I'm sorry. On that day when you went to Makumalos, was it for the first time that you went there on the 26th of October 2014?
Kwakuwokokuqala nga uya wena khona lapha kwaMakhumalo ngaleli langa lange 26.
Yebo kwakuqala.
Yes, it was the first time.
And your testimony is that the persons that you found at that house was Makumalo plus the 2 toddlers belonging to Kelly Kumalo, right?
Ushilo ke futhi ukuthi abantu onabafica noma wabafika lapha yana ke kwakuMakhumalo kanye nengane embili zikaKelly.
Yebo.
Yes.
And the people that come out of the deceased X6 motor vehicle now are 5. That's yourself, Tumelo Madala, Kelly Kumalo, the deceased, and Zandile Kumalo, right?
Ba 5 ke abantu abaphuma kwi X6 yakhe umufi kwakuwena umufi uKelly uZandi kanye noTumelo.
Yep.
Yes.
And just for in passing, you've previously met Zandi.
Can you repeat the people again? It was he, the deceased, Kelly, Zandi and
Tumelo Matana.
Before the 26th of October 2014, had you previously met Kelly Kumalo and Zandile Kumalo?
Ngaphambilini kwaleli langa noma ngaphambi kwaleli langa lange 26 wake wahlangana nabo uKelly kanye noZandi?
Yebo.
Yes.
Now let's do some maths. Therefore, once you are all there in the Makumalo's homestead, there are now 8 people, to be correct. The 5 that I just referred to, plus Makumalo and the 2 toddlers, right?
Uma sesibala kahle ke manje bawu8 abantu abaphakathi endlini ilabo bawu5 engiqedwe basho abaphuma emotweni kanye noMakhumalo nezingane ezimbili.
Yebo.
Yes.
And pleasantries are exchanged and all of that, and at some stage food is served to all of you, correct?
Ushilo ke ukuthi kwakunesikhathi la khona naphakelwa ke ukudla nadla.
Yebo.
Yes.
And you've also testified about the soccer match that you watched about.
Ushilo nange game enanibuka futhi ku TV.
Yebo.
Yes.
Whilst you are eating, and when I say you, now I'm meaning the group dynamic, you, the people that are drinkers in the house, are also drinking the alcohol bought at that place where you bought it, correct?
Nanjengoba kudliwa ke ngikhuluma ngani nonke ke manje abasendlini ke ukuthi labo benyuka abaphuzayo ke kuyadliwa futhi kuyaphuzwa futhi ke notshwala lobu obathengwa kule ndawo inandluka kuyona.
Ngeke ngize ngikhulumela abantu ngizoyikhulumela mina.
I won't speak on behalf of the
Angiphuzi
others.
mangidla. Angini mangidla ngiphuzi. So ngiyadla ngiqede.
I won't
Digest.
speak on behalf of the others, but myself. When I eat, I don't drink. I would first eat, and thereafter, once I have finished eating, I will then drink.
Yes. And you've testified just recently that you only had 2 drinks between the time you arrived at the Makumalos and the time of the occurrence of the incident, correct?
Ubusushilo ngaphambilini ukuthi ke amadrinki awu2 kuphela wena ophuza so la isikhathi nafika ngaso kwamakhumalo kuze kube isikhathi ekwenzeka ngaso isigameko.
Yebo ayo2 ngasho mhlawumbe lesithathu lalivuliwe.
Yes, 2. I would just say that the third one was open.
And now, on a scale of 1 to 10, having had 2.5, whatever the other portion was left. On a scale of 1 to 10.
What did you say, 2.5?
No, I'm saying whatever he says, the third one was open, so I don't want to touch that.
Okay, okay.
Yes. How would you rate your sobriety at the time?
Ungathini ke ushilo kwathi ku scale sika 1 no 10 ke ungathini ke ungathi isimo sakho nanjengoba usushilo ukuthi uphuze la awu2 ukuthi wawukwisiphi isimo?
Ngabe isimo is right. Hunters Gold awu2 ngangi right.
I was okay. 2 Hunters Gold.
Ngangi right.
I was okay.
And tell me something. I want to get the quantity of the Hunters Gold that you bought. Did you buy 1, 2, or a 6-pack, or 12, or 100? How much did you buy?
I'm a Hunters Gold. Nanthenge awu2, thenge awu6, thenge 100. Nanthenge ngaphi? Are you specific to the Hunters Gold?
Yes, because it's
Just Hunters Gold.
Your
Mine.
Yes.
Ngabe 6 pack.
6, only 6.
Yes. Now let's speak for others. If you don't know, it's fair that you say you don't know. The others, whilst they are whilst they are eating, are they drinking their alcohol? According to your observations.
Asikhulume ngabanye ke uma ungazi usho ke akunankinga lapho ke. Bona ke inkathi bedla ingaba bephuza yini?
Noma ngasakhumbuli kahle kodwa ake ngiphima ukuthi babephuza noma bengakaphuzi ngoba phela obviously safika qala sahlala yebo so ngiyacabanga mhlawumbe isikhathi sihlala umuntu wayivula ikani lakhe nga11 ngeke ngize ngiphikise lokho.
Although I can't remember well and I also can't dispute that, but when we arrived we sat and surely each person opened his or her can, so I can't dispute that.
And then also this one, if you don't know, you don't know. Do you know what Kelly Kumaro was drinking?
Uma ungazi usho ke ingabe uyazi yini noma usakhumbula yini ukuthi uKelly wayiphuzana?
Yebo ngiyakhumbula.
Yes, I do remember.
What was she drinking?
Wayephuza yini lento ekuthiwa yini Smirnoff Guran or something. Guran.
Smirnoff Guarana.
Do you know what Zandile Kumalo was drinking?
I think wayephuza nosisi wakhe ngisakhumbula but I think babaphuza ama Guran leting lo mina ngiphuza Hunters Gold ngoba la bana bephuza ubeer.
I think she was drinking with her sister Guarana. I'm the one that was drinking Hunters Gold, the others were drinking beer.
And what was Tumelo Madala drinking?
Tumelo wayephuza ubeer, Heineken.
Beer, Heineken.
And the deceased, what was he drinking?
He was also drinking beer, Heineken.
Also beer, Heineken.
Now I'm going to ask for Exhibit B, photos 114 and 115 to be pulled up. Can you see, forgetting about the other objects and items, specifically alcohol cans that you see there?
And that is photo number?
It's photo 114, my lord. Exhibit B.
Yes.
And can you tell us the brands of alcohol that are depicted on that picture?
Ama-cans Heineken ne-Smirnoff Guran.
It's Heineken and Smirnoff Guran cans.
I'm also going to ask for photos 59. Let's start with 59. If it can be zoomed, I want you to see something on the TV stand. There, right there. If you look at where the arrow is up on top, I see. In fact, let me ask you, what can you see depicted on that stand? There's a greenish something there. Tell us what it is.
La kunezinto eziwu-3 khona.
Yes.
That's photo number?
It's photo number 59, my lord, of Exhibit B.
Ngibona nganoma iglasi le ngala bese kuba ivazi bese kuba ikani le Heineken.
I don't know whether that's a glass, that's a vase, and then the Heineken can. Or a mug, not a glass.
And let me touch on this entirely. Where that, now I'm talking about the sitting arrangements. Who are seated where that pink clothing or whatever item it is? Who are seated there?
Actually, Tumelo.
And was Tumelo drinking Heineken?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, what would happen as all of you in the house are drinking? What would happen to the empty containers of that alcohol that you were consuming?
Nanjengoba nanihlezi nonke-ke laphayana kwakuye kwenzekeni noma kwakwenzekani ngamakani angenalutho, amakani a-empty noma amakheni la empty, kwakwenzekani ngawo?
Angisakhumbuli kahle kodwa noma mhlawumbe babewaqoqe bafaka emgqomeni angisakhumbuli kahle abengiqamba amanga.
I can't remember when I was telling lies, whether they would pack them, put them in the dustbin. I can't remember when.
Let me be fair to you. The reason I'm asking you is this. There's evidence that's going to be led, and that has already been led, that these, whether empty or not, because we don't know whether they are consumed or whether they are full, but what's depicted on Exhibit B 114 and Exhibit B 59 are not the only cans that were there after the shooting when you left to the hospital. Interpret, because I want to finish. I don't want to make it big.
I think
Let me repeat
you're confused here.
There's evidence that's going to be led about SIM tampering that will say one of the neighbors before the police arrived cleaned the empty cans in the house so that when police come, the scene is polished up.
Kunobufakazi-ke osebethuliwe obusezobethula-ke futhi ukuthi kuno-neighbor noma umakhelwane-ke owaqoqa laphayana-ke amakani-ke ukuthi uma ngabe sekufika amaphoyisa-ke afike amaphoyisa kungekho lokhuyana okubonakalayo noma amakani ayegcwele noma angenalutho.
Umakhelwane phela uzochaza lokho.
The neighbor would explain that.
But what I'm trying to ascertain from you, and I'm fair to witnesses, if you know, you don't know. You know, you know, you don't know, you don't know. I'm fair like that. When you left for hospital, what was the scene? And particularly, I'm referring to alcohol cans, full, empty, or otherwise.
Ngikhuluma nkathi ke senihamba ke niya khona ke esibhedlela ke indawo leyana ke nkathi nishiya ke kwakukanjani lapha yana ngokumala namakani ke otshwala noma ngaba ayegcwele engagcwele.
Amakani phela noma ngeke ngazi ukuthi ayehleli kanjani ureme kanjani ngoba ngicathi amanye ayisefrijini ngoba khona sasiwabandise efrijini. So anginakanga ukuthi amakani maswashiya kanjani.
I didn't take notice or take note as to what was the situation or how were the cans when we left them because others were in the fridge.
My Lord, I think it's that time of the afternoon for an adjournment.
May the accused rise. This case is postponed with the accused in custody is postponed overnight to the 5th of May 2023.
Ngiyahleliswa ke ngihleliswa ke ngizogcina ngaphakathi kuze kusasa nge-5 zika May ngonyaka 2023.
Before we adjourn, Advocate Baloy, I think the exhibits we detached from the package, I think, if we ensure that they get back onto the pack, so that we don't lose them. How many did we use? Is it 3?
Yes, we used 3 cards.
Here they are.
Shoni-san, just give me those. Yeah, those. No.